Hello everyone and welcome back to One Piece Odyssey. I'm your host, John MugiwaraJM. Not yet joined by Rich. I don't know if he is asleep or not yet. But we're continuing on either way. When we last left off, not only did I finish Chapter 5, but I got thrown right into Chapter 6, and that's already done now too, which threw me for a damn loop. So let's get going. We're now in Chapter 7. There's only 3 left. And Sanji's missing, so we got to find out what the hell he's been. Lakeshore Cave. Is that where, Oh, is that the very first level we did? Oh, that's the ice. That's the ice temple, which we're not doing. We're not doing that again. We may as well get some XP. Oh, Rich is here now. Hello? Oh, he's still being... Rich just finally came in. Alright, well, while I'm waiting for him... He's here. We're trying to call him real quick.
Alright, there we go. I don't know what the hell is going on.
I don't know either.
That was weird.
You really have not.
Being random.
You really haven't missed much, so don't worry.
Okay.
I got into a random battle to get some XP. So like I was just saying to everybody else here, Chapter 5 and 6 are done now. Which is wild.
That's pretty wild.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me turn you up a little bit. Yeah. Alright. Yes.
Better?
Yeah, I had it lowered because Austin's too loud whenever I record SBR. So because I don't know, he might have, well, he has a snowball, so he can't change his settings at all. So I just have to compromise.
Meanwhile, may I have the Yeti X now? So.
Oh, that's a new one. Oh, and Sanji went missing. I don't know why yet. Oh, if this is the move I think it is, well, foot fetishes, this one's for you.
Oh, dang.
Jesus!
Holy crap!
I'm guessing because we're so close to the end of the game, we got our ultimate attack.
怪物のパワー見せてやる。ホームポイント。確保。エルフ。
All right, so we're getting some of their old newer moves back now.
俺、お前の役に立つか。ああ、あり。
Oh, that Zoro just freaking died. Okay, let me heal him up real quick. So yeah, this is what I was not doing before that one fight last week. Doing the recommended equipment. Wait, I have some of these different claim. Sweet. Alright, so Sanji's apparently in the very first dungeon we did back when we streamed the demo. So, and I don't know how and when we're gonna fight the Fire Colossus, but I imagine that's the last thing we do before we go to Dressrosa. Damn it! I went the way I just came in.
So wait, when did you do that Marine War thing?
After you went to bed.
Oh.
I think you went to bed as it started. And then it was only like 20 minutes long. Like it was just fight after fight after fight after fight, and then they left. It was so strange. After how long Alabasta was, and then that short chapter came in.
That's odd.
Yeah, well, as long as it means we're almost done with the game. We're on chapter 7 out of 9 now. And if we're lucky, we may get to chapter 8. Today, actually. But I think I have a strong feeling we're going to finish Engage first, though. Engage is probably going to get done either... I'm gonna bet safely Friday.
Yeah.
After what happened last time, I'm going to bet safely.
Yeah, especially because I think now more than ever, strategy is going to come well into play in the final chapters. Like, you're going to have to be, like, really strategic.
I mean, after all, it's the name of the game in Fire Emblem. It's Anime War Crime Chess. And I have been severely lacking in the chess department.
But if you realize, like, in the earlier chapters, I noticed that your strategy wasn't, like, seriously, like, oh, you really had to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously you knew what moves to make, obviously.
Yeah, because like when I'm cycling through the weapons, I'm calculating like what's a good move to do.
But the fact, like, you told me that the way you beat Vale was the fact that you basically had to let Tepepis stay back.
I also the first couple of turns I did auto battle.
Right, and the fact that also you had what's his name basically fortify everybody.
Pandrio.
Yeah, so he had to fortify everybody. Meanwhile, you had 3 units that were able to take out Vale. But again, like, I remember from the previous night where it was like, yeah, I noticed the strategies that you were making, and it's like they were the right ones. They seemed like the right ones to make, and it was like what were we missing?
Yeah, I think what I did differently after I did the auto battle was because I did auto battle up until auto battle got Tepepis killed. I said, okay, at some point somewhere these guys are wrong. And
yes, no.
So once I got to what's her name, the girl with the horns. Jesus,
Zephia.
Yes, once I got to her, I took over and started battling manually. I took her out. I pretty much ignored Grease entirely. And then once I got I sent Gold Mary to draw Veil out, because Gold Mary, apparently one of her weapons when she was fighting against Veil, everything Veil did, no damage. So I sent her first. And then once, I think I actually did get rid of Grease at one point, but then once I got rid of him, I threw everything at Veil I had.
Right.
And I let Tebepus like just stay back and either take out some of the Flunky Corrupted or just stay where no one will chase him. I'm trying to remember who I used to take out Veil in the first place too.
And part of me was saying when that was happening, I was like, yeah, John, the way it looked like you should keep the Tebepus back. So I did have a hunch on that, so my hunch was correct, basically.
I'm also noticing that the smaller enemies are going down faster too. Okay.
Yeah, probably because you're using the proper equipment.
Yeah, and then you can pick what recommendation. Do you want a balance? Do you want to favor HP, attack, defense, all that? I choose balance. God damn! Nearly killed him. Oh yeah, Robin's technique too. She'll slap him to death. Done. And whatever I did to get bonus XP, I got bonus XP. So that's another level for everyone. And I got really scared when I was in Marineford last time. They said, hey, word of warning, everybody better be level 34 if you have any hope to survive. And I was fine.
That's if you had gotten to that point in the game where you kind of just cruised on through, and didn't really grind, didn't really do stuff. You just cruised along, and let's just say you were. So that's to say that it is a possibility to get to that level or that chapter at a lower level.
Yeah.
Which obviously, from what the game said, it's not recommended.
Yeah, well, you all know that's changing when we get to Persona 3 Portable, because not only do I need to grind on that one, Persona actually makes grinding fun. Once you know what to do, taking out enemies and grinding is once you know how to do it, it's very easy and fun. And after my experiences with Persona 4 Golden, I'm not fucking around. There were quite a few bosses that got stuck on a rage quit, just like what happened on let's just say what happened on Friday was not the first time that ever happened. That was the first time that ever happened with you in the call. But that was not my first time rage quitting a boss and then recording me beating it later. No way. There was one boss.
That figures much.
There was one boss in Persona 4 that really pissed me off, and thinking about him again, yeah, he still does. God, that was almost a year ago now. Oh, here's Lakeshore Cave. And if we're almost to the end of the game, then this better mean we get Brook soon. Oh, that was easy.
こいつは食材じゃねえんだ。こいつはアワアワキノコ。
あわあわキノコ。
こいつは味はいまいちだが、水に溶かすと炭酸を出すんだ。
Oh, I think I know what he wanted to do with these. He wanted to make colas because all of Frankie and all of his stuff is powered by cola.
そうか。そいつでコーラを作るんだな。
うまくいくかはわからねえけどな。
それならみんなでその泡のやつを探そう。でもコーラなんか作ってどうすんだ？みんなで飲むのか？
なんでよ。海の底に沈んでるブルックの体を回収しに行くため
Oh,
でしょうが。
right, that was why.
ああ
That was why.
コーラがねえとシャークサブマージ3号も動かせねえからな。
必要なのはあと3つだ。入り口付近にはもうねえから奥へ進むぞ。
That's right, because Brooks, the whole reason Brooke hasn't been in the party is because his body's submerged underwater. And the Straw Hats have a submarine, but because they've been stranded for so long and Frankie used a bunch of it to do the repairs, they don't have any cola, so they need to make some so they can refuel the submarine and then go to the bottom of the ocean and pick up his corpse. Which, as morbid as that sounds, Brooke's dead. He already died once, he can't die again. I really don't want to fight you if I don't have to. And I don't like that you're like so close to a vantage point where I might have to... Actually, he might not actually be. Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, it's coming back to me now. This was the dungeon from the demo. Okay, good. We only have to get 2 more. I don't want this to be like a, oh, you need to pick up 30.
今の力を試すにはうってつけだね。
気をつけてルフィ。ああ、油断はしねえ。
いつでもいいぞ。
やっと俺の出番か。
I have to wonder, since this is the first dungeon, I wonder if these guys are going to be really easy. I guess that answers that question.
死にがいがありそうだ。煉獄鬼剣。
Green Star Skull Blast Grass. And keep it. Actually, he's resistant to that. Resistant to that. God, he's resistant to everything. Screw it, I'm gonna switch to Nami.
私が必要ってことね。覚悟はいい？ライオンラット。天気よし。風向きよし。
What?
ソーサリークラタクトは何だってできるのよ。
Yeah, it did kind of sound like weird. Like it sounded like a person more than it did a monster. You know what it kind of reminded me of? You ever see that one video, and I know Family Guy has referenced this. You ever see that one video of that one person like stomping on grapes and she falls over? And she goes, oh, 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 oh.
Oh, yeah.
Family Guy has referenced that.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, I don't think she even took that bad of a tumble, but she seemed to...
She did. I saw that. I was like, just the landing. I was like, oh. And that's the other thing too, because I realized that sometimes people fall different ways, and sometimes they don't always fall the right way.
Yeah, because so I guess some people don't know how to catch themselves when they fall. They just like let it happen, and
Right.
that increases the velocity and then how hard it's going to hit them when they land.
And if you don't know how to land certain ways, granted, not everybody does, but like you know, you gotta figure how, if you're falling, you obviously gotta avoid like your main areas, like your chest, your back, your stomach, you know, like, and your neck, your head. Like you have to kind of like like you see professional wrestlers do it all the time. Like you see them take those amazing like falls and slams and everything, but it's all about how they land.
Yeah, they do the same thing that theater actors do. They do like they know how to catch themselves on the way down.
Right, and they know how to fall a certain way to where it makes the fall believable, but it also doesn't hurt them that much at the same time.
Oh, he just looked at them and they all went down. What the fuck is that?
What?
Look at that! What that squirrel? It's horrifying. That's the worst one so far. Jesus Christ!
Hang on. I gotta zoom in on this. Hang on. It looks like wait, which one? The one in front or the one behind?
The squirrel look that Robin's looking directly at.
Oh, it looks like well, it looks like some kind of weird dog.
It's got like these big like lips. Oh my god, I haven't thought about that in so long. I have to wonder if that song was a. I have to wonder if that song was a bit.
That's all I can think now. It's either that or the one character from JoJo who knows how to twirl his tongue really fast.
Oh, Kakyoin with the cherry.
Yeah, Kakyoin with the cherry. Yeah.
I
was like, man, you must be the master of eating pussy.
Which is funny because that wasn't even Kakyoin in that scene. It was somebody impersonating him. And like him doing that was how they knew it wasn't him.
But it's like, still, anyone that can move a tongue like that, you have a gift.
Because I remember watching that in English and Japanese. Japanese is ro. But Kylie Bear voices him in English. He was just going.
Kylie Bear.
Yeah, Kylie Bear's.
Legend.
Kylie Bear's Kakyoin's English voice. He just went.
Legend. You legend.
Yep, he's one of my personal favorites.
Oh my god, I love that man.
I think my favorite is Patrick Seitz.
Yeah, him, Kylie Bear and Patrick Seitz are two guys that I would love to just like spend a day just having fun with. Like, and even then I'd throw in Chris Sabat as well because they just seem like really fun guys. Like,
Yeah.
like even the corniest fun, they're down for. They will hype up an amusement park visit.
Oh yeah, I think Patrick Seitz actually likes puns. I've seen him on Twitter. I think
would get along so well.
I think I've seen Oh, and Kyle Bear loves dad jokes. I see them both post them on Twitter all the time. So if you don't follow him already.
Well, again, I try to stay away from Twitter right now.
Yeah, it's just
because of all the weird ass shit.
あとはこいつ
all,
を詰める樽だ
all because of the great big cunt.
樽ならアデューの小屋で見たぞ。貸してもらおうぜ。
そうか。じゃあ小屋に戻ろう。
Okay, good. We're gonna borrow something from this world, not Alabasta. Because if you said, let's go borrow something from Alabasta, Luffy, I would drown you. Because I know that's the only thing that would kill you. That's the thing I like about One Piece. Like, Luffy's so powerful, he doesn't have any weaknesses. People are like, oh, he's so powerful, he doesn't have weaknesses. Yes, he does. Drown him.
Yeah, basically, drown.
Yeah, it's like, oh, because like people like get all high and mighty about that. It's like, oh, he doesn't have any weakness. I was like, yes, he does. He has one in particular. Throw him in the ocean, he's done. Now, granted,
Yeah,
he'll through sheer willpower, he's gonna get out, but you have to make damn sure he stays down there.
Yeah, basically.
Because that actually just happened in the most recent arc. He lost a fight. Kaido threw him in the ocean, and just because Law's crew just happened to be in their submarine, they found him. If they hadn't done that, Kaido would have won.
But he didn't.
Oh yeah, and then he eventually lost. All right, so we have to go back to Audio's house, which means I have to leave here and then come back. You know what? It's not Alabasta. I'll take it. Oh yeah, I did my One Piece Odyssey rant on Binging the Devil's Fruit episode 11. So if any of you guys listen to the podcast, look forward to episode 11 and you'll see my rant about this. But then again, if you're watching these streams, you've already seen me get mad in real time. So I'm just recounting everything that's happened.
Well, I vaguely remember what you told me about what the rant was. Oh, wait.
It's about everything you've seen too.
Oh, yeah, basically referred to the earlier streams of this game.
Oh yeah, and then I think we're gonna do another episode tomorrow, and I think I'm gonna be like, yeah. After that point, it actually was fine. That's why I'm not gonna give this game. I'm probably gonna give this game like a middle score. Like there's stuff I like about it, and there's a lot I don't.
Like a B- high C+.
I usually go with the 10 score on my media thread on Twitter.
Oh, 10. Okay, 10.
God, what's the worst thing the very first thing on my media thread's the worst thing I've seen this year so far. I'm like, what's the worst thing so far? I'm like, oh yeah, the first thing I saw this year. Strange World. I watched that like New Year's Day, like after Christine went to bed when she was visiting. I watched Strange World. I'm like, yeah, that movie's a 4.
Wait, which movie was this?
Strange World. It was the Disney animated movie that came out in November.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 4.
Well,
It's disappointing too. It actually had, it had a legit gay character in it, but it was just in a bad story. Like not bad, but it's like, not. Here's the thing: I can remember a bad movie. I can remember a good movie. I cannot remember a boring one. And I think Strange World was just boring.
Well, and that happened. I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, that's not
It's like someone said, the biggest.
Every movie's gonna be exciting, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone famously said, I don't remember who said this, but they said the biggest sin a movie can commit is not being too good or too bad. It's being boring. Like you're asking people for their time to watch what you've made, and if you're boring them, you've already failed.
Yeah.
Because I remember the worst thing I saw last year was The Matrix Resurrections. I felt nothing watching that movie. Like I wasn't angry, I wasn't upset, I wasn't pissed off. I was just like, I don't feel anything. I think this movie shouldn't have been made. Not even Keanu Reeves saved it. But I've come to learn it's like the Matrix movies get worse as they go. Like the first one is obviously the best one. Then the second one is like mostly good. Mostly. The third one's boring as hell. And the fourth one, Jesus Christ. It doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist. But I think the highest rated thing I have so far, it's either Hi-Fi Rush or Metroid Prime Remastered. I finished my playthrough of Metroid Prime before we recorded. Wait, did I finish that last night? No, I finished that Saturday night. Right, so before we recorded Metal Gear yesterday. I got no complaints. It's a really good remaster of a really great game. What else is there to say?
Oh, Metroid Prime, yeah.
Yep. And I hope the rumor's true that Nintendo has them all done and remastered, ready to go. They're just sitting and waiting, because I feel like that might be after the first one they just dropped suddenly. I feel like that might be the marketing campaign they're going with for Metroid Prime 4. I think while they're finishing up Metroid Prime 4, we're gonna get like a slow drip of the other two.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
And hey, everyone listening, if they do that, I haven't played Metroid Prime 3 yet. I will stream that.
That would be a good one to be on.
Yeah, and that would probably be a good one to play because it won't. Well, we don't know. Maybe it won't force me to do the motion controls. Who knows? Because the Switch version of 1 has motion controls and original controls. I actually didn't even use the GameCube controls. I used the new control scheme, and that made it a lot more enjoyable. All right, so he's technique, so he needs a speed person to take him out. Wait, really? I can't swap him out? Liberate Luffy's area before he's knocked out. Well, it's his most powerful move, so let's do it. Now, if he wasn't my opposing type, he would have been dead. Oh, that reminds me. I owe you and Christine an apology. I thought that the Pokemon Presents was tomorrow. It was this morning.
And obviously, yeah, one of the news is the new DLC for Scarlet and Violet.
Yep. Needless to say, when those drop, we will bring those streams back. They're doing exactly what they did with Sword and Shield. There's going to be 2 expansions, and they're going to be released in 2 different parts. Although this time they're going to be released a lot later than Sword and Shields was. The first one's going to be in the fall, and the second one's going to be in the winter. Where the Sword and Shield one was like spring, and then the second one was the fall. So we have quite a bit of time before that happens.
Oh yeah, we definitely do.
So depending on when Xenoblade 3 comes out with their DLC, I have a feeling that the end of this year is going to be 2022 too. Because I'm gonna do my Xenoblade 3 stream for the DLC story, and then the Scarlet and Violet one for the 2 separate expansions.
Yeah, it'll be 22 2.0.
Yeah, basically. I was like, what am I going to do after Persona and Breath of the Wild? I'm like, oh yeah, the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters are going to be out. I want to go through the old Final Fantasies. I've always wanted to play them, but I wanted to wait for optimized versions of the first 6 to come out, and sure enough, I mean, if I really, really wanted to go like right now, which I don't, I could always get the ones that, because they're already on Steam, all 6 of them, but I want them on console. That's just how I am. I want them on like a console. All right, so I need to get back to Audio's house. What was the way out of here? I think I was in this exact scenario when I was playing the first time. Oh. Yes. Yes. Because one streamer I follow, he's been on a Final Fantasy marathon, and he's trying to play all the mainline ones before 16 drops in June. He's further than I am. I haven't even looked at Final Fantasy 1 yet. He's in the middle of 10. And one of my other friends is streaming them all too, but not before 16. Or I don't know. I haven't asked them. I think they're on 6. But those will be fun. I've always wanted to play the older Final Fantasies, especially 6. I've heard such great things about them, about 6. And the one I have heard like people are the most down on is 2. Like I hear 2 is just okay.
2 is kind of like not on 9's level, like okay.
Yeah, like my favorite is still 7. That may change, but 7 was my first one.
Yeah, and 7 was my first one as well. Actually, well, again, I was young at the time, so I had actually gotten 7, 8. Or I got. Wait, hang on. Okay. Oh man, I'm drawing a blank. I remember getting. When did I get 7, 8, and 9? Because I think I got them all together one year.
Well, they were all on the PS1. That makes sense.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to remember because I remember. Okay, hang on. Oh, you know what I think it was? Oh, my next door neighbor when we lived in Delaware. Our next door neighbors, their son had a PS1, and he would actually let me and my brother borrow games from time to time. And I remember, oh, that's what it was. Yes, he had the Final Fantasy games. That's right. Okay, and he let me borrow them. Yeah. Oh man, that was such a long time ago.
I think I only played like a little tiny bit of 7 when I was younger, but I didn't play.
Yeah, when I was younger, I played a little bit of 7, but then I went back to it and then got hooked. And the next thing you know, I'm playing 9, and then I enjoyed the hell out of 9 for some odd reason. I don't know why, but
I think I know 9 is a mutual friend of ours' absolute favorite of the series.
Yeah, like 9 has a lot of mixed reviews.
9's one of those ones where you either really love it or you don't.
Yeah.
And 8, I think 8 that could be said that could be said more for 8 actually. Like you either really like that one or you really don't like that one. And I think the battle system has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
So before we stream that one, I'm going to look up some cheese strats to figure out how to make that go smoother for us. Because I couldn't get through the first hour of that before going, I don't understand this, I'm tired.
Yeah. Because a while ago when I revisit, I'm just like, what the hell is this?
I will always remember it for the water and water and water meme though, because of the battle theme.
God.
Like that, like you've seen that, right?
Uh-huh.
The supermarket says water and water and water and water.
Yep.
And they set the 8 random battle theme to it. Water and water and water. It's so fucking stupid.
Yes.
I feel like I feel like my second favorite would have been, if I ever finished it, would have been 10, because I like 10 a lot. I just never finished it.
I did finish 10, and that was such a gorgeous game.
I was playing like the first hour or two with Christine here, and maybe it's the remaster, but Titus's face is really funny sometimes.
Titus.
私の体浮き上がった気がしまして。
そうなのか？
元から浮いてるじゃねえか。
いえ、本体の方なんです。
本体が浮いてきてるの？場所はわかるの、ブルック？
こっちの方角ですね。
海岸の方ね。
皆さん、海岸までお付き合いいただけますか？
よし、海岸に行こう。
But I'm hoping that Square announces a release date for the console versions of their Pixel remasters, because like not only do like they like all look clean and unified, they have like they reorchestrated all the music. And I've heard some of them and they sound fire as hell. Like I've never played it, but I really like the boss theme from which one is it? I think 4 or 5. Like I've heard it used in memes and stuff, but I really like that song. Have you played any of the older Final Fantasy games? Like 1 through 6?
No, I have not.
Okay, then you would have no idea. But my one friend told me way back when I asked them, and they told me like right away. It's like, oh, it's from that one. And I'm like, I know it wasn't 6. It was either 4 or 5.
Yeah, like I said, the first Final Fantasy games I started with were 7, 8, 9, and then I evolved to 10. And then I regrettably played 11.
Oh, well, there's his corpse.
皆さん、見てください。あそこにあるのは私の体です。これで一気に復活できます。で、私、結局骸骨のままなんですけど。
God damn it, Brooke. Is it gonna be resurrected? Actually, no, I won't, because I'm still a skeleton.
砂人の意向で風の巨像を倒した後、いくつかの竜巻が発生し消えるのを見た。雷鳴の意向でイカズチの巨像を倒した時はしばらく落雷が止まらなかった。俺が思うに巨像を倒すことで意向に溜め込まれていた力が解放されてしまうんだろう。
Oh, okay. Every time we beat a Colossus, the weather gets really strange.
教会の意向で巨像を倒した影響だろうな。危険かもしれねえから触るんじゃないぜ。
So I imagine if we beat the Fire Colossus, it'll get really hot.
話を聞きやがれ。
Of course not. This is Luffy's crew. They don't listen. They don't listen to anything. Ah, shit.
What the hell?
Is that a walrus with an ice cream?
Dear Lord.
Is that an ice cream walrus?
That's a fucking ice cream walrus.
It's called a merchant walrus. Well, he's ice, and I have a move where Luffy lights his fist on fire, so... Oh, that's right, he got this move because he wanted to honor Ace with this move. How he does it, I don't know. Well, boy! That might not be... I can't tell if that's ice cream or toothpaste. Probably the easiest fight I've had in the game so far. I think, who wants to bet that if as soon as I use the Voice Fetish move, he's done?
ミルフルールギガンテスコマーノストンプ
Ah, it was close.
負けられねえよな。こんなところでよ。
No more technique users. Okay. Oh, you know what?
そこを動くなよ。フランキーファイヤーボール。ドーンとこいよ。
Oh, I can go again? Yeah. He had bleed damage, and he wasn't dead yet. But then as soon as his turn ended, he took a hit and he died.
What the hell?
I love that shit so much in RPGs.
ブルックの体返せよ。
おいルビーブルックがいねえぞ。
本当だ。おーいブルック
ブルックのやつどこに行ったあ
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me now?
What?
Well, I guess we don't have to go to a temple.
That's the fire colossus?
Which means we're going to end this chapter, like, real soon.
いきなり降ってきやがった。
Oh my god, this feels like the One Piece Odyssey apology tour. It's like, we're sorry we made you go through Alabasta. Here, the last couple of chapters will be quick. We're sorry.
私たちまだ全ての力を取り戻していないわよ。
Basically what's happening here.
あの炎のやつを倒してブルックを探すんだ。
How would you like it if if like the next two chapters were like about as maybe as long as an episode at best?
That'd be nuts.
Okay, so he's weak to technique too. So all right, well, he's a big bad boss, so I can't fuck around.
You cannot.
Solar heat. Oh, it's basically that move, but fire. Oh, it doesn't like send me to oblivion like before.
Ow! 悪い。
これは気を抜けなそうな相手ね。
Gigantesco Mono Spank?
今行く。
I gotta see this.
ミルフルールギガンテスコマーノスパンク。
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time.
俺様の技術力味わわせてやる。飯の時間だ。
ありがとう。 まだよ。
Oh, what? Huh?
くそこいつ火力が桁違いだ
しかもやたらと硬いぞ。
Oh, I think I know what's gonna happen.
よほほほほ私も一緒に戦いますよ
Yep, called it.
ブルック元に戻れたのか。
はいお待たせしました私ブルック体を取り戻してここに復活いたしました
よしこれで全員揃った。
No, you don't. Jinbei's missing.
よかったなブルック。
よほほほほやっと皆さんのお役に立てる時
And
が
it
来ました
definitely feels like a cop-out because he was in Paramount War as an automatic party member.
皆さんと一緒に冒険ができず私とても寂しかったですよ
Yeah, we missed you too, Brooke. He's one of my personal favorites of the crew. Oh, yeah, that's right. He has an ice move. Oh, and he's technique. Oh, that okay. Now I see why they brought him in now. Well, okay, that didn't do much, but it's a boss fight, so whatever. Oh, you know why it didn't do much? He doesn't have any equipment yet. He doesn't have any gear to buff his stats yet. But it's not like I can do anything about that right now. I need my technique fighters in here.
Sanji, これいただくわ。
助かりますロビンさん。
準備 OK だ。一刀流よい。
Alright, there we go. That's doing something. Burned? He doesn't have any skin to burn! Song of Scratches Blizzard Ice. I don't remember that move. Well, yes I do! Don't attack Brooke, don't attack Brooke. He's probably gonna die.
Sanji, これいただくわ。
助かります。先手を打たせていただきます。ソウルソリッド。
Yeah, until I get him some equipment, it's probably gonna keep happening. Alright. So if that's gonna keep happening, up and he already took his turn, so I can't switch him out yet. Oh, here we go. I'm sure there's more of these in the game, but you probably have to get them from side quests, and I'll wait till I'm done streaming this.
粉骨最新身はないんですけど。
よし、交代だ。モンスターポイント。俺がこれ食え。
悪い。こんなものは粒つけときゃ治る。一刀流よい。しそん。
Down. Holy shit, I think we're gonna beat a chapter before 9 o'clock.
初めて戦った時のリベンジを果たせた。
We might beat this on Thursday
こいつ
after
と
all.
やり合うのは2度目なのか。
あの時はアディオに助けられたが、今回は俺たちの勝ちだ。目指すは世界一の大剣豪だ。
And it's fitting because the Fire Colossus was like the first boss of the game. And we didn't exactly beat him.
勝ったか。大したやつらだ。
ああ、これで最後だな。早速リムのところに行こう。
Oh, that's the last of the
お前た
cubes.
ちに任せるぜ。俺はちょっと用事があってな。
そうか、わかった。行くぞ、お前ら。
実際よくやってくれたぜ。例代わりになるかどうか、お前たちの目標は俺が自らの手で立ててやろう。
Ah, damn it, he's the villain.
そろそろかけてくる頃合いだと思っていたぜ、スモーカー。
And he's included with the Marines?
お前がくすねてやがったか。
ははは、いろいろ便利なんでな。で、何の用だ？
ワフルドからの危険信号を本部が受信した。アディオ、お前の仕業だな。行動が早い船はワフルドへ向けてもう動き始めているぞ。
構わねえさ。できるだけ多くの軍艦を集めたいからな。一度にたくさん呼べる方が手間が少なくていい。
お前まさか神の息吹を。
ああ、結界は解けた。神の息吹を手に入れるのも時間の問題だ。
バカ野郎、そいつが軍に知れたらバスターコールの標的になるぞ。てめえ、本当に犯罪者になり下がるつもりか。
ははは、今さらかよ。世界政府の作った法に照らせば、俺はすでに凶悪なテロリストのはずだぜ。
数百年もの間、いわれのない罪を背負い、迫害にも苦しめられた一族だ。お前が世界政府に恨みを抱くのも理解できないわけじゃねえ。だが、神の息吹をもってなせるのは破壊しかねえ。そんなことをしても、お前たち一族の汚名は注げねえだろうが。
お前たち
か。アディオ、お前と話しても拉致が開かねえ。いつも一緒にいたポロロッカとかいう相棒はどうした？あいつはお前ほど石頭じゃなかったはずだ。
さあな。
おい、どういうことだアディオ。ポロロッカはいねえのか？
いいかスモーカー、しばらくワフルドには近づくな。お前のために言ってんだぜ。
神の息吹の封印が解けた。蓋が開いてしまったか。つぎ込めるだけの軍艦を派遣しろ。世界に知られる前にあの異物を消し去るのだ。
Well, shit. Things are getting real now.
力を取り戻したらこの冒険も終わる。そうしたら私本当のことを話してルフィたちに謝らなきゃ。いくらアディオのためでもみんなをルフィをもう一度あんな辛い目に遭わせてしまった。
Alright, she feels bad because she made them relive Marineford, because that's where Ace died.
ルフィは私のことを友達って呼んでくれた。もうこれ以上みんなに嘘はつけないの。そう。でもあなたは友達を失うのが怖いのね。うん。でもたとえそれで嫌われてしまっても本当のことを言わなきゃ。このまま嘘をつき続けるのはもっと嫌なの。
Alright, he's permanent in the party now. And before I forget what I'm doing... Yeah, you didn't have anything.
これでみんな揃った。
あとは最後のメモリアへの冒険だけね。
よやっと私も皆さんと共に冒険に行けるのですね。
でもリムの体力がちゃんと回復してからだぞ。疲れてるようだったら今日はダメだからな。
わかった。とにかくアディオの家に戻ろう。
You know what I still have to do? There we go.
あ、見てください。リムさん、あちらにいますよ。
おお、見た感じ元気そうじゃねえか。
Ready for the next Memorial Day? Yes. The next and last one.
ドレスローザ素敵な名前ね。
まあ、
It wasn't a wonderful arc,
な
though.
んだけどな。
準備 OK よ。いつでも行けるわ。
I think that arc started when I was in college and ended after I graduated.
お前らリム
Like, not when I started college, but like that arc started like I think when I was starting my senior film, and then when I was in Disney was the final chapter, I think.
海原を埋め尽くす大円か。天空から見下ろせばさぞ絶景だろうぜ。さあ始めようか。
Well, we'll deal with that when we come back. Go to Dressrosa.
Yeah, so basically Audio is the villain.
Yep, I had a feeling like the moment like I was like, oh, he just casually mentioned he does mind control, and then when it was cemented, like after he's like, it was like, oh, I should thank you. I'll personally build your gravestones myself.
Jesus.
Cube was absorbed. The straw hat's strength was returned. Oh, some more skills. Jack Gatling and all that. Anything new? Ooh, the billionfold world trichilicism? I don't remember that one. I'll probably remember when I see it. Does Frankie not get coup de boo? Man, I guess that's only for jokes in the series. I'm pretty sure I told you what coup de boo is. Coup de boo is when Frankie inflates his ass and farts as a propellant. I don't think he does that in this time skip anymore. And now everyone has more accessory slots, which means I'll have to use balance recommendations again. Oh, and Rich, since we're going to see Dressrosa, the final boss of this chapter is Doflamingo.
Yep.
And we just wrapped chapter 7.
炎の巨像も退け、奪われたすべてのキューブを取り返した。
I haven't even been streaming for an hour yet.
最後に挑むは動乱の国。凶悪な七部会が彼らを翻弄する。
Oh, and Dressrosa is already wrecked, so I don't think we're going to be here very long.
騒乱の王国、ドレスローザの。
I think they're just going to bring us right to the point.
俺はずっとあんたに礼が言いたかった。ありがとう。
Oh, I know that voice. I was like, who the hell was that? I'm like, oh, it's Trafalgar Law. Chapter 8, Kingdom in Conflict, Battle of Dressrosa. 2 more to go. Yeah, we're in the climax of Dressrosa because the bird cage is up.
What 街の中はひどい状態ね。空を覆ってるあれは何？
鳥かごよ。この国の象徴のようなも
ドレスローザってことはまたあいつらと戦うことになるんだよな。
あいつら？
この国にはドンキホーテファミリーっていうおっかねえ奴らがいて、現実世界ではそいつらとの戦いになっちまったんだ。
私、サンジ君、チョッパー、ブルックの4人は途中で離れたんだけど、かなり激しい戦いだったみたい。
Oh yeah, the Straw Hats were split in half for this chapter. Sanji, Chopper, and Brook and Nami were not in this arc at all. Well, they were in the first half, and then they went and met up somewhere else later.
あん時は俺がドフラミンゴをぶっ飛ばした。
じゃあ決まりね。そのドフラミンゴを倒しに行きましょう。Let's go!
I remember Luffy calls him Mingo.
Mingo!
I'm sure we'll hear that soon. Mingo! Luffy has a nickname for every anime.
Yeah, it's no surprise.
Crocodile's the Croc. Eneru is earlobes. Yeah. Yeah, remember he has like the giant freaking earlobes that go to his waist?
Yeah. Yes.
ドフラミンゴに連れ去られたローの奪還に動き出したルフィだが、その最中国に渦巻く闇を知り、ドフラミンゴの討伐を決意する。そしてついに麦わらの一味は
Buggy's big nose.
王国の闇を国中に暴くことに成功。
I already forgot Kuro's. I mean, I already forgot Kuro's, and Ross and I just finished that arc.
I wonder what Django's was.
I don't think he ever. I think it was just the guy who walks funny. I don't know. We just finished that chapter, so I don't remember that segment, so I don't remember. Oh, and Rob Lucci is Pigeon Man because they when he was disguised as a Galila shipbuilder, he pretended to be a ventriloquist who talked through a pigeon.
Ventriloquist who talked to a pigeon?
Yeah, he was faking it. He could talk just fine. Which means the pigeon's able to talk. Which is funny because as soon as Rob Lucci started talking, the pigeon stopped talking.
いや、建物とかが崩れてるのはドン・キポーテファミリーの幹部がやったんだ。
みんなの家を壊すなんて、ドフラミンゴ以外にも悪い人がいるのね。
Yeah, Doflamingo's a sick fuck.
なあなあ。
まずいまずい。
そんなことって。
Yeah, I don't know how familiar. Okay, so are you familiar with Doflamingo's power?
Not really.
He has like he can control people with puppet strings.
Damn.
And like see that bird cage that's surrounding the country? That's Doflamingo's threads. That's Doflamingo's threads.
Oh shit.
And then what he did was he made a giant bird cage around Dressrosa and he slowly closed it.
Well, damn.
And those will cut you up if they touch you.
Wow.
So that's why the city's like that, because he's doing that. He's
Man, he is a demented bastard.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Another reason I'm ready to get the game done, because it means I'm gonna beat the shit out of him again.
Man, I hate the fact that Sinister is I don't like it. I don't know why.
And the crazy thing is that everyone believed that he was a good ruler. That he was beloved.
10年前のあの事件も奴らが仕組んだことだったなんて。
Pull on the strings.
平和を愛していたかつての王を
Yep.
悪悪人に仕立て上げ、それを倒して永遠
And
に
he was also an underground crime boss.
国を乗っ取っていたなんて。
He had like an underground crime deal across the Grand Line where he was mass producing fake devil fruits.
ねえ、今の話って。
And what's funny is like once you get the Wano, you see that they were pretty much defective because everyone doesn't transform right.
ドレスローザでもあれと似たようなことが起こる。ドフラミンゴの野郎は10年前にまんまとやり遂げやがったのさ。
けど、そいつはすでに明るみになってるみてえだな。道理で鳥かごが発動されてるわけだぜ。
Yeah, the bird cage is after everybody found out who he really is.
あいつは全てをもみ消すつもりなんだ。この国の真実が漏れる前に島中の人間を皆殺しにすることでな。
ひどい。
大丈夫だ。そんなこと俺たちがさせ
Yeah, Crocodile just wanted the rebels and the kingdom to fight amongst each other and kill each other. And Doflamingo's like, fuck all y'all. I'm killing all y'all right now.
Yep.
Yeah, your cube. That's one of the collectibles in this. I don't know what they do, but I'm gonna try and platinum this after we're done streaming it forever. Oh god, it's Pika. The stone assimilation man. He's the reason the city's in the state. Yeah, there's this one of Doflamingo's underlings is this guy named Pika who can he can travel through bedrock and stone and he like made himself like really, really large. And dude, I don't know if that's him or if that's like a shell he left behind.
Dear Lord.
And also the killer, he has a squeaky voice, and he does not like that being made fun of. Oh shit, there he is.
Dressrosaの国民たちおよび客人たち真実を知り俺を殺してと思うやつもさぞかろう
Man, he looks diabolical.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be the thumbnail for tonight's stream. I don't know about you, Rich, but I want to see if I can finish this chapter and whoop his ass like as soon as possible.
Man, him and Pagan Min would get along fabulously. Just because him and Pagan Min look one and the same.
Him and who?
Pagan Min from the villain from Far Cry 4.
Oh shit.
国のため、仲間のため、家族のためだ。遠慮しねえで、ぶっ殺してやれ。この国の全員が。
Oh shit, Sabo was a part of this?
Yeah, this was where Sabo was revealed he was alive. And we dodged a bullet because he was going to be voiced by.
Oh.
It's okay. He is now permanently voiced by Johnny Young Bosch. Ever since you know who got fired.
He who shall not be named.
And yeah, I know there's a lot of those lately, but the one who's been blacklisted from everything. Not the one who has been blacklisted and then everyone's suddenly forgiving all of a sudden. The one who's been blacklisted. Period. Never coming back to the animated and voice acting industry ever again. That one. The one that still has rabid fan bases harassing his victims. That one.
The one that was once beloved, but was actually should now be forgotten.
Oh
yeah, that was part of the lie that Doflamingo set up. Is like he had this one little girl who had a devil fruit, which turned people into toys and it erased their memories, and it made other people who forget who they were. So anybody who wanted to stand up against him, turn him into a toy.
Oh yeah,
Doflamingo's like Crocodile if he won. Like Crocodile was trying to start an uprising so he could usurp the country. Doflamingo did that 10 years ago. Oh yeah, and Usopp did hilariously beat Sugar himself. He didn't even have to hit her or anything. He just apparently his mortified face terrifies her. And now she has PTSD and a fear of long noses. Yeah, and because of all that, he liberated all those people. Usopp now got a bounty higher than most of the crew. Oh, the shop.
新しくできた王の大地みてえだな。
Ooh, mighty energy apple. I actually have the money to afford these. Getting some materials for cooking so we can make some new stuff. Oh, I have plenty of that, but yeah, why not? Elephant tuna. Ooh, that's a good one. Gonna need some salt. Chunk of meat. The NRP elevator. I forgot what that stood for. It's been so long since I read or watched anything Dressrosa. I only did it once. Actually, I might think this might be the first game that was adapted of One Piece after Dressrosa ended. Because Pirate Warriors 3 came out when it was still going.
鍵もかかってんのか。厄介だな。
王家の門が刻まれてる。王族なら何か知ってそうね。
王族か。俺たちが話せそうなのはレベッカだな。ルフィ、レベッカに会いにコロシアムに行こう。
ああ、わかった。
Not the Coliseum again, huh?
ねえ待って、レベッカって？
テントを3つもおごってくれた。いいやつだ。
いや、それじゃわからねえだろう、ルフィ。レベッカはドフラミンゴの策略で国を追われた戦王の孫だ。捕まってコロシアムの剣闘士にされちまったのさ。
Made to fight in the Coliseum as a gladiator, and they forced her to wear the skimpiest fucking armor I've ever seen.
それに今は私たちと同じく懸賞金をかけられている。
And the only reason they did that was not because they wanted to see her tits, but because they wanted her to very easily die in the Coliseum because she was all of her areas were exposed. What they didn't count on was that she's an extremely good fighter and she has never lost.
I want to refer to Robin.
No, Rebecca, the princess of the kingdom that Doflamingo, who's Rebecca's like the true crown princess of the royal family that Doflamingo stole this kingdom from.
Okay.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, this might be the first time I've seen Dressrosa depicted like this in a game. Unlucky woman.
おい、やめろって。海兵が一般人に武器を向けんのかよ。
違う。体が勝手に。うわあ、ダメだ。自分じゃ止められねえ。
Doflamingo's controlling that guy.
まさか操られてるってのか。
やめて、撃たないで。
くそ、レディーが危ねえ。行くぞお前ら。
俺がゴムゴムのピストル。
Oh, fuck you.
準備 OK だ。
ホームポイント確保エルフ。
やっと俺の出番か。
Hell memories. Yeah, why not?
俺に任せろ。思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルメモリーズ。あの地獄の2年間に比べたら些細なもんだ。
もっと強くなるぞ俺は。
助かった。あんたたちのおかげで誰も傷つけずに済んだぜ。
ありがとうございました。
何？礼はいいって。それよりレディ、怪我はなかったかい？
はい。
しかし一体どういうことなんですか？この海兵さん、自分の意思ではなかったようですが。
ドフラミンゴの糸だ。あいつが町中の人を操ってんだ。
ええ、この海兵さんだけじゃなく何人もね。大勢の人を糸で操って危機を煽り、助かりたければ懸賞首を枯れと促す。それがドフラミンゴの狙いなのよ。
あの野郎、ろくでもねえことを考えやがるな。
You ain't kidding.
ねえ、このままだとレベッカが。
ああ、こいつは急いだ方がいいな。おそらくだが、この道をまっすぐ進めばコロシアムに着くはずだ。
よし、みんな行こう。
みんな準備いい？
しょうがない、やりますか。
一人10万よ。幸せパンチ。
やりやがったな。それ
やるぞ
交代だ。必殺火の鳥星。
レディーが待ってるっていうのに、まったく野暮な奴らだぜ。
フルパワーで行くぞ。フランキーラディカルビーム。
God damn! Took them all out.
この町にいると思い出すのは兄弟の顔だ。どこかで会ったら酒でも飲み交わしたいもんだな。
兄弟？
ああ、俺と拳を交えた変。
俺が万能薬になるんだ。
I know what he's
成
talking
長を
about.
実感。
私の成長は止まらないわ。
ランキー、この道に見覚えはある？
おう、思い出してきた。コロシアムはこの先で間違いね。
嘘をつくまでもねえ。行くぞ。
スープー
やってやろうぜ。必殺気を取りまし。
Oh, these guys are speed, so I should use a power person.
行くぞ。
Gum Gum Leo Bazooka. Yeah.
ギアセカンド、ゴムゴムのジェットピス
やりやがったな。あ、ちょっと
やってやろうじゃない。
やっと俺の出番か。
ディアブルジャンブビアンキュイグレーラショット。
Ha! He makes grill marks when he lands.
俺の番だな。
覚悟しろよ。ゴムゴムのジェットピスト
よし、交代だ。アームポイント国定ロゼを道へ。
任せな。俺が仕留めてやる。
てめえなめんじゃねえ。やりやがった。聞かねえな。
俺を狙ってるのか？
肩慣らしといくか。三刀流奥義一大三千大戦世界。
やりやがったな。
その程度だ。
みんなで力を合わせるんだ。
これでも食ってろ。
助かったぞ。
なんじゃねえ。
アームポイント 黒点ロゼを導俺の名前はトニートニーチョッパー。世界で一番偉大な医者がくれた名前だ。
Wow, and even 19,000.
よーし変態か
いい調子だ。
おい、本当に合ってんのか？
ゾロは口出ししちゃダメ。方向音痴なんだから。
Oh yeah, your ears are not deceiving you. Frankie is saying hentai. There's like a weird Japanese pun where he keeps confusing the word for transform and pervert because they both sound very similar in Japanese.
コロシアムだ。
And everyone keeps asking him, "Why do you keep yelling pervert?" Oh my god, that one's 2 million alone. Yeah, I don't know if I want to sacrifice all my money though. It's really good guts power though. Well, here's what I'll do.
大きな建物。あの中にレベッカがいるのね。
おう、多分な。
この辺も大変なことになってるみたいだな。
さすがに大会は終わってるか。どうせなら俺も出てみたかったんだが。
大会？
なあ、このコロシアムで行われたエースのメラメラの実が優勝商品になった大会だ。
Yep, I remember that. After Ace died, his flame-throwing fruit was up for grabs in a tournament.
エースってあのエース？ルフィのお兄さんの？
まあな。だからルフィもルーシーって姫を使ってその大会に出場したんだが。
サボが来てメラメラの実を食うって言うから途中で入れ替わったんだ。死んだはずのサボが現れた時はすげえ驚いたけどな。
サボ？また知らない人の名前ね。その人は誰？結局メラメラの実はどうなったの？
リム、悪いけど話はそこまでよ。早くレベッカを探さないと。
あ、そうだったわ。コロシアムの入り口はどこにあるの？
それならこの道を進めばあるはずだ。
よし、みんな行こう。
No save point. I just realized we crossed 30 hours. Look at my save file.
やってやるぜ。
Oh no.
聞こえたような。
I know that laugh anywhere. Ah, great. Don't tell me he's in this and we have to fight him. Well, he was here, so it makes sense. I'm gonna save again because that's who I think it is. I'm saving now.
門が降りちまってるな。これじゃ入れねえぞ。ぬーい、中に誰かいねえのか。
反応がねえな。
ここにそのレベッカちゃんがいるんじゃなかった
おかしいな。ここにいると思ったんだけどな。
まずはこの辺りを探してみましょう。あまり遠く
Yep.
お前チャンピオンのやつ。
死ねえ麦わら。
Yep, it's Jesus Burgess, Blackbeard's first mate.
今殺して奪ってやる。ゴムゴムの実。
I know his appearance was based on the WWE wrestler, but I forget which one.
お前何言ってんだ。そんなもんやるわけねえだろ。
ついでに周りの連中もまとめて全員ここで死ね
一丁やるか。
Rich, are you still with me? No, he's not. I don't know where he went, but he's gone.
Milfrur, gigantesco mano, stomp.
俺が。
Oh shit, Gear 4!
ゴムゴムのテオバズーカ。
さあ準備はよろしいですか。
もう気は抜かね 三刀流1080ポンド砲。
ぶっ飛ばしてやる。一丁やるか。こうかしら。はっ、いけるか。
俺の番だな。俺が万能役になるんだ。
助かった。
おう。
さあ準備はよろしいですか。ニューワ
まったく。
まずは飯だ。
よっ、
これは気を抜けなそうな相手ね。ミルフルールヒガンテスコマーノスパンク。
今がチャンスだ。腹減ったな。
よっ、
おう。
もう気は抜かねえ。
私にも海賊の意地がある。かすり歌吹雪蹴り。
こんなもんか。甘えな。
切りがいがありそうだ。まずは飯だ。
ありがとうゾロ。これは気を抜けなそうな相手ね。ミルフルールヒガンテスコマーノストンプ。
怖くなんてねえぞ。腹減ったな。
よっ、助かりますチョッパーさん。
おう。
いやね。
凍える剣コツとご覧あれ。ソウルソリッ
ド。よし行くか。三刀流奥義一大三千大戦世界。
And we took him out. No, I guess not. Slap him.
ピンしてるぜ、麦わら。あれだけ殴ったのが効いてねえってのか。
クソ頑丈なやつだ。
悪魔の実の能力は俺が奪ってやる。
お前が本当に欲しいのはこれだろ、バージェス。
てめえは
弟とその仲間に手を出すな。
サボ
I'm fighting him again.
準備 OK だ。
よし、交代だ。腹減ったな。
よっ
おう。
もう気は抜かねえ。まずは飯だ。
よっ
手強いわね。みんな気をつけて。サンジ、これいただく
助かりますロン。
凍える剣、コツとご覧あれ。ニューワ
竜爪剣、竜の勇気。
メラメラの実をよこせ。
三刀流奥義一大三千大戦世界。
こんなもんか。甘えな。波動エ
やるな。
ミルフルール、ヒガンテスコマーノ、スパンク。
先手を打たせていただきます。はい、失礼します。かすり歌、吹雪蹴り。
こんなもんか。甘えな。
腹減ったな。
消えろ。おっと。
死ぬか麦わら。
先手を打たせていただきます。かすり歌、吹雪蹴り。
こんなもんか。甘え波動
やるじゃねえか。きっちり型をつけるとするか。三刀流奥義一大三千大戦世界。
こんなもんか。甘えな。
いいよ。あ、ごめんなさいね。
Finally.
やるなルフィ、強くなった。
今ならサボにもエースにも簡単には負けね
そうか。それから エースのメラメラの実だが俺が食っちまった。
構わねえ、それが一番だ。
修行の成果が出てきたね。
皆さんの勢いに負けてはいられません。
よーし、全員俺についてこい。
サボ、一緒に戦ってくれてありがとな。
気にするな。
あ、レベッカ、ちょうどいい。お前に。
Oh, there you are.
その声、あなたもしかしてルーシー？
ちょっと手伝ってほしいんだ。一緒に来てくれよ。
ええ、でもどこに？
あそこでミンゴが待ってる。
上に登るために鍵が必要なの、レベッカ。
鳥かごが閉まる前にミンゴのやつをぶっ飛ばさねえと。
逃げたか。以降ルフィのバックには俺がついてる。よく覚えとけ。
あなたもルフィのお兄さんなの？
お前エースのことも知ってるのか？
ええ、あの戦場でルフィと一緒に戦ってる姿を見たわ。
そうか、あいつは強かっただろう。
すごく強かったわ。押し寄せる海軍の人たちを次々倒していた。
それは見たかったな。
それにしても3人ともあんまり似てないのね。
俺たちは義兄弟だからな。まあでもそんなことはどうでもいい。あいつは弟で俺たちは兄。ルフィもエースも俺の大事な家族だ。エースにはエースの、ルフィにはルフィの冒険がある。俺はそれに口を出さないが、もし俺に助けを求めるなら世界のどこにいても駆けつける。
そう。
Oh shit, really? Sabo's in the crew? All right. Oh, he's a guest. So,
悪いな。
助かったよ。
I don't want to fight Jesus again, so, I'm gonna save, and I actually have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Be right back, everyone. And I have returned. I think Rich fell asleep. But he usually falls asleep with Discord still on. So he probably like... I don't know. I'm wondering if like his if he was using his laptop, maybe his laptop battery died or something. He would have messaged me. I don't know. Well, the goal tonight is to see how close I can get to Dressrosa being finished. I would like, because maybe if all goes well, this is One Piece Odyssey and Fire Emblem Gage's last night. Who knows?
Look, こっちにも道があるわ。
どこに繋がってるのかわかんないけど、とにかく進んでみるしかないわね。
レベッカ、 お前は戦わなくていいからな。
安心して。あなたは私たちが守るわ。
その姿剣闘士なんだよね。あなたは戦うのが好きなの？
違うよ。でも戦ってでも手に入れたいものがあったんだ。
手に入れたいもの？
私兵隊さんともう一度暮らしたかったんだ。そのためにはどうしてもメラメラの実が必要だったの。
そうねえ、その兵隊さんって？
兵隊さんは私を育ててくれた人。それに忘れてたんだけど、私のお父さんなの。
じゃああなたのお父さんも？
うん。ドフラミンゴの手下の力でこの国の多くの人は大事な人を忘れていたから。
ひどいことするわね。私はドフラミンゴってやつ嫌い。
同じだね。私もよ。ねえ、あなたの家族は？
いないわ。
そう。ごめんなさい。なんだか悪いこと聞いちゃったみたい。
ううん、大丈夫よ。私にはアディオがいるもの。
そう。大切な人がいるんだね。
大切な人。
結局こっちの道にも危ねえ連中がいんのかよ。
私の音楽聴いていただけますか？
フルパワーでいくぞ。
準備 OK だ。
よし、任せろ。
あなたたち覚悟はいいかしら？
やっと俺の出番か。
しょうがない。やりますか。
えておいで雷ちゃん。サンダーブリードテンポ。
今がチャンスだ。ホームポイント。確保エルフ。誰も怪我してねえか。何かあったらすぐ俺に言うんだぞ。見て、誰かが道を塞いでいる。
レベッカ様、よかった、ご無事だったのですね。
なんだ、レベッカの知り合いか。
初めて見る人よ。
ええ、おそらくレベッカ様は私をご存じないかと。
Oh my god, I've noticed this a while ago, but I'm pretty sure that this game suffers from Tailsman syndrome, where it's all the same palette, but they swap them out for like Marines, pirates, civilians, now the gladiators.
レベッカ様のおじい様に仕えていた元兵士。陰ながらレベッカ様をお守りしようと遣唐使になったのですが、一度もお会いすることなくおもちゃにされてしまっておりました。
そう、大変だったんだね。
やっとこの姿に戻れましたので、レベッカ様をお守りすべくコロシアム周辺を探しておりました。しかし情けない、こんな事態になるまで私は何もできなかったのです。
違うよ、あなたが悪いわけじゃない。
そうだぜ、悪いのは全部ドフラミンゴじゃねえか。
はい、まさに。かつて陸王様を騙しドレスローザを簒奪しておきながら、さらにこのような暴挙に出ようとは。あの平和だった国が今は見る影もなく、私は国を愛する者として悔しくてなりません。
ええ、その気持ちは私も同じ。私だって。
大丈夫よ、二人とも。
え？
だってドフラミンゴはルフィがこれから倒すもの。そうでしょ。
ああ、あいつは俺が必ずぶっ飛ばしてやる。だからレベッカ、心配すんな。
ルフィの言う通りだ。ああ、その前にレベッカ、リフトを動かしてもらいたいんだ。
ああ、そうだった。そんじゃレベッカ、そろそろ行くか。
この辺り、私たちが最初に通ったところよ。
ではまた同じように進めばリフトにつけますね。
大好きな人と平和に暮らしたいか。私
this is
も
right where we
同
started.
じなのかも。
あ、なんか言ったか
なんでもないわ。ほら、先を急ぎましょう。
まあいっか。
行くぞ。
よし、
やってやるぜ。
ねそう
行くぞ。
でも
よし。
お、腕が鳴るな。さあ食え。さあ食え。さあ食え。さあ食え。
任せとけ。それよ。
肉食って戦いに備えるぞ。
しっかりコーラも放置しとかねえとな。
あの山の下にある扉が開かねえんだ。
王宮に上がるリフトならわかるけど、とにかく見てみるよ。
レベッカ、このリフトの扉の開け方がわかるかしら。
このリフト、王の大地と同じ。これなら開けられると思うよ。ちょっと待って。
よし、待ってろ、ドフラミンゴ。
New World Plateau, bottom.
何か降ってきたぞ。
ありゃ人じゃねえのか。
行ってみましょう。
トラオじゃねえか。
ひどい怪我だ。動いたらダメだぞ。
おとなしく言うことを聞く気はないみたいね。
いけませんよ、無理をしては。俺の問題だ。邪魔すんじゃねえ。
どういうことだ。
13年前、俺は恩人をドフラミンゴに殺された。元ドン・キホーテファミリー最高幹部コラソン。俺に命をくれた人だ。ドフラミンゴを倒すために俺は生きてきたんだ。さっきは油断したが、今度こそ。
行こう、ドフラミンゴのところに。
ダメだぞルフィ。傷だらけのローを動かすなんて危険だ。
怪我人の世話は俺に任せろ。一人守るくらいわけはねえ。
頼んだぞ。
Oh, it's one of those things. Hmm.
よし、行くぞ。しっしっし、暴れるぞ。
ルイ、
しっしっし、だ。
ド派手にぶっ放す。
やっと俺の出番か。
ディアブルジャンブビアンキュイグレーラショット。やりやがったな。
準備はできてるぞ。ホームポイント確保エルフ。
やりやがったな。くそ。
いけるか。
任せて。一人10万よ。幸せパンチ。もう何なのよ。
いや、フォー
そんな
消えろ。行くぞ。
ぶっ飛ばす。フルパワーでいくぞ。フランキーアイアンボクシング。
これはこれは。
交代だ。
ウサベガールデンパウダ
へへこれがウソップ様の実力よ。
俺はまだまだ強くなる。よーし、変態
怪物と呼ばれようと俺は私の予報は100発100中。
成長を実感できるほど強くなれたのね。
いい調子だ。
俺がキャプテンウソップだ。
Yeah, only Usopp's level 40 at this point. Oh, I don't like that.
行くぞ。
俺に任せろ。おお、崩れてこないかドキドキするぞ。
dumbfounded, man.
すごい、あっという間に。
やるなフランキー。
褒めたってなんも出ねえぜ。
よし。
ほいっと。サクッと終わらしてやる。
行くぞ、俺についてこい。
ホームポイント、確保エルフ。誰も怪我してねえか。
おっとっと。おっとっと。ほいっと。はっ。スーパー。
この辺りはもう。
ああ、町の原型すらとどめてねえな。
おっ
かしトラオさん、あれから気絶したままですね。
そういえば恩人を殺されたって話していたけど。
ドフラミンゴは非常なドフラミンゴは非常な男だ。奴やその仲間に命を奪われた人間は数知れない。
ここずいぶんジメジメしてるわね。
大丈夫？滑るから気をつけて。
ありがとう。
Well, it's not a sewer, but it looks very similar.
おっとっと。
あ？なんだこいつらは。
よーし、かかってこい。
待て。
よし、俺も助か。
仲間の力を見せてやる。ホームポイント。確保エルフ。
勝負だ。いや、フォース。ゴムゴムのテオパズーカ。痛いじゃねえか。まだまだ。
やっと俺の出番か。
ディアブルジャンブポワルアフレールスペクトー。
死ぬのは嫌だな。
やるってんだな。フランキーキャノン。
燃える竜双剣火炎竜王。
じゃあな、俺たちは先に進む。
Holy
力が
shit.
戻ってきた。
俺が万能。
今週の
目指すは
必要な力。
私
このクソ。
すごいのね。こんな風に鉄を簡単に切るなんて。
そうか。剣士ならこのぐらい珍しくねえと思うがな。
そういやここウーシーと一緒に来たとこに似てんな。
ウーシー？
あ、牛のウーシーだ。
やっぱりルフィは面白いな。
向こうから風が吹いてる。みんなそろそろあそこにいるのって。
Oh, Cavendish.
いきなり寝始めやがった。おいおい、こっちは賞金首が自分から来やがったぞ。すべて切り刻んでやる。なんだこいつ。
おお、キャベツじゃねえか。
待てルフィ、こいつの殺気普通じゃねえぞ。
残らず切り殺す。切り裂いて切り刻んで切り落としてやる。
あいつ急に黙ってどうしたんだ？
ウソップ、油断しちゃダメよ。彼とんでもないスピードの持ち主だから、下手すると一瞬で首と胴が離れて死ぬことになるわ。
いやー、こっち向いた。くそー、数が多いな。
俺が
どうってことはね
おいお前、下ろしちまうぞ。ディアブルジャンブプルミエールアッシュ。まだだ。
ぶちのめしてやるよ。飯の時間だ。
ありがとう。
ローサ来い。これだ。
今がチャンスだ。
私が必要ってことね。ウェザーエッグ、生まれておいで雷ちゃん。サンダーブリードテンポ。
竜双剣竜の息吹。まだまだまずい。剣士がいるな。
こんなところで倒れてらんない。ウェザーエッグ、生まれておいで雷ちゃん。サンダーブリードテンポ。
ギュ
ギアセカンドゴムゴムのジェットバズーカ。くそ。
レディーが待ってるっていうのにまったく野暮な奴らだぜ。
交代だ。仕方ねえ。サペガーデンパウダ
行くぞ。俺に任せとけ。フランキーアイアンボクシング。
まずい。
ごめん、あとはお願い。
竜双剣竜の息吹。
とうとう俺を本気にさせやがったな。トップグリーンの多彩性見せてやる。行く。必殺火の鳥星。
俺様の技術力味わわせてやる。
聞いた聞いた。
強そうだな。でも
竜双剣竜の息吹。このくらいなんでもない。俺から行く。つらよ。このくらいなんでもない。聞かない。
手強いわね。みんな気をつけて。ミルフルールギガンテスコマーノストンプ。
フランキーラディカルビーム。
いってー。水だ。
青。
強そうだな。でも俺は差別はしねえんだ。
俺から行く。
ミルフルールギガンテスコマーノストンプ。
この
敵も味方も関係なしの人斬りに変わるとはな。
Holy
斬撃の
fuck.
速度はなかなか厄介だった。
いい調子だ。
俺強くなった気がする。
今週の俺は
目指すは世界一。こうか。
麦わら、そしてトラファルガロ
何しやがる。
僕の人気を返せ、最悪の世代。
何すんだ。こいつは俺の仲間になったんだ。
なってねえよ。
あ、気がついたかトラオ。ドフラミンゴをぶっ飛ばしに行くぞ。
何？それは僕の役目だ。ドフラミンゴを討ち取り、さらなる人気を得るんだ。
なんだ人気って。
考えてみろ。ドフラミンゴほどの凶悪な海賊を倒せば新聞社が放っておかない。朝から連日取材が殺到。こんにちはスーパースター。あ、待ちたまえ。ドフラミンゴは僕に任せるんだ。いや、せめて僕も連れて行け。
Cavendish and Law in the party too. Jesus Christ, what a crew.
What? ちょっと邪魔よ。
こいつ
手強いわね。みんな気をつけて。
やっと俺の出番か。
これは気を抜けなそうな相手ね。
やっと俺の出番か。マナーがなってねえの。聞かねえな。
よし交代だ。
スーパー燃えてきた。フランキーラディカルビーム。
行くぞ。シャンブルズ。
いけるか。
くらえ。
っ飛ばして。
頼もしくなったなルフ。
理解できね
ルフィ、気配を感じる。あいつだ。
ああ、誰かが俺たちをつけてやる。
I know it's my time, but I really want to get Dressrosa done tonight. I'm feeling pretty good about it too.
Mugiwara, さっきいたあのガキは誰だ？
ああ、リムのことか？最近友達になったんだ。あいつさ、箱の力を持っててさ。
箱だと？
ああ、俺たちの力や記憶を箱みてえにして持ち出せるんだ。
どういうことだ？
God damn it.
お前の能力は俺がもらう。
標的を俺に切り替えたな。つまり目的は噂に聞く能力者狩りか。
逃がさねえぞ、メラメラの実。
この能力は誰にも渡さねえ。エースの形見だ。
お前、エースが海軍に引き渡される前に言ったセリフを聞きてえか？弟には黙っててほしい。バカな男だ。てめえの命の価値を知らねえ。
もういい。喋るな。
俺が。
やっと俺の出番か。
全力で行きますよ。
行く。
サンジ、これいただくわ。
助かります、ロビンさん。
やるな。準備 OK だ。
さあ、準備はよろしいですか？
ニューワ
みんなで力を合わせるんだ。これを食らえ。
シャンブルズ。
強そうだな。でも俺は差別はし竜双剣。竜の勇気。なかなかやるな。
切りがいがありそうだ。三刀流奥義一大三千大戦世界。
Holy crap!
こんなもんか。甘えな。
先手を打たせていただきます。そちらに向かいます。かすり歌吹雪切り。
こんなもんか。甘えな。
ミルフルールギガンテスコマーノストンプ。
俺だって強くなったんだ。こんなやつに負けねえぞ。そのまま倒れてろ。すばしっこいな。
Chopper headbutted them to death.
麦わらの一味にはもう手を出すな。ルフィたちに危害を加えるつもりなら俺が黙っちゃいない。それにエースが許さねえってよ。
いい調子だ。
俺はまだまだ強くなる。サイボーグフランキーの進化とくと見やがれ。
力が戻ってきたな。
やったー。
皆さんの勢いに負けてはいられません。
悪くないわね。仲間のために強くなるのも。
もう
He
大丈夫
disappeared
だ。
again.
レベッカ。
そうね。
トラファルガー。
おい、聞いてるのか。
Head to the Royal Palace. Yeah, okay, let's just beat Doflamingo.
よし。
Yeah, I guess I'm not getting battened down that way. Oh shit.
よし。
この辺にもおもちゃが嫌がるし、あいつが出てくんのは確実だよな。
なんだ、地震か？
いや、違うな。あの山みてえなシルエットに見覚えがねえか。
Oh fuck. Are we fighting Pika?
なんなのよあいつ。いくらなんでも大きすぎるわ。みんな気をつけて。あれはドン・キホーテファミリーの最高幹部ピーカだよ。
お前が麦わらのルフィか。さあ、我がファミリーに立てつく者たちは俺が相手に。
相変わらず声高え。しー、やめろルフィ、挑発すんな。だってさ、似合わねえ。
貴様、麦わ
ちょっとあんな化け物と戦って大丈夫なの？
構やしねえよ。見たところあの時と何も変わっちゃいねえ。こいつのことはよく覚えてる。切りがいのある相手だったぜ。
あいつどこ行った？
サプラの野郎は岩の中だ。気をつけろ。
今がチャンスだ。
一応やるか。
準備 OK だ。三刀流極上大竜巻。
ししし。
私にお任せを。ニューワ
俺がいる限り誰も死なせねえ。ホームポイント確保エルフ。
シャンブルズ。
俺が相手だ。
俺の多彩な変形点見せてやる。カフーポイント。ほっほっ
やるか。
やっと俺の出番か。俺に任せろ。
悪いが
これで終わりだ。
美しくて強い。それがこのボクサー美剣ブルーバード。
かかってこいよ。俺は負けねえから。よし行くぞ。
私が必要ってことね。
フルパワーでいくぞ。
よし俺様に任せる。必殺緑星ドクロ爆発ぞ。まだだ。
Oh, there he is.
やっと出てきたな。
姿を見せたな。
行くぞ、俺についてこい。
まずは飯だ。
あ
一丁やるか。
フランキーラディカルビーム。
なめないでね。こう見えてなかなウェザーエッグ生まれておいで雷ちゃん。サンダーブリードテンポ。
いけるか。
全力でいきますよ。
かすり歌吹雪蹴り。
それで勝ったつ。
利権ブルーバード。誰か何とかしてくれ。冷静さを欠けば命を落とすと思えシャンブルズ。俺がやる。
おい、奴から目を離すんじゃねえ。
さあ準備はよろしいですか。ウソップさん、お借りします。
調子に乗るなよ。
骨が折れるところでした。
三刀流極上大竜巻。
私の番のようね。ミルフルールギガンテスコマーノストンプ。
こいつを食らいな。
勝負は勝つか死ぬからシャンブルズ。いいだろう、この利権ブルーバード。
ゾロさん。
分かった。
凍える剣、コツとご覧あれ。
フランキーアイアンボクシング。任せろ。
しょうがない、やりますか。ウェザーエッグ、生まれておいで雷ちゃん。サンダーブリード
先手を打たせていただきます。
そっちか。三刀流奥義、一大三千大戦世界。お前みてえな石ころに用はねえよ。道を開けろ、ソプラノ野郎。
あいつの声やっぱ高えな。
少し強くなったぞ。もっとあれ。
Now everyone's above 41.
すごい、ドン・キホーテファミリーの最高幹部、あのピーカを倒すなんて。
感心するのはまだ早い。そいつはドフラミンゴを倒してからだ。
あなた本当に必死なのね。
当然だ。コラさんは死の病に侵されていた俺を救ってくれた恩人だ。そしてそんなコラさんが止めようとしていたのが実の兄のドフラミンゴだったんだ。
え、家族なのに止めようとしたの？しかも最高幹部だったのよね。
家族だからだ。けど結局コラさんは引き金を引けなかった。優しすぎたんだ、あの人は。行くぞ。あいつの場所までもう少しだ。
家族を止めようとしたコラソン。そっか、ローはその思いを受け継いでいるのね。
Normally I would stop, but I don't want to. Not when we're so close.
Hmm? 道はないようだが。
大きな。
おいおい、こんなところを登るのかよ。
他に道はなさそうだしな。
よし、登るぞ。
わ。でもどうしよう。
おっとっと。
来たな。この上が大きいだ。
この場所は。
どうしたレベッカ？
ここにはお母様のお墓があるの。お母様はとても優しい人だったわ。私たちはこのひまわり畑で育てた花を売って生活していたの。だけどあの日、私はドン・キホーテファミリーにお母様を奪われた。
ドン・キホーテファミリーに母親を殺されたレベッカはおもちゃ片足の兵隊に育てられた。しかし民衆を裏切った戦王の孫であると知られた彼女は逮捕されコロシアムに捕らわれてしまう。以来コロシアムの当主として国民の嘲笑と罵声にさらされる辛い日々を送っていたのだった。
何？
それが麦わら屋の言っていた箱か。悪魔の実の能力か。
みんなの言う悪魔の実が何なのかわからないけど違うと思うわ。
その妙な箱で他人の心を覗き見る。あまりいい趣味とは言えねえな。どこであいつらと仲間になった？ドレスローザに来るまで麦わら屋の船にお前はいなかった。
そんなことあなたに説明するつもりはないわ。
Defeat Doflamingo. All right. This is it then.
よし行くぞ。
お前ら油断するなよ。
Oh, sugar too.
これで全員か。俺も随分と舐められたもんだ。
ドフラミンゴ、お前覚悟はできてんだろうな。
どういうことだ。ドフラミンゴが2人いやがる。
片方は分身糸人形だ。だが気をつけろ。どちらかは本物だ。
洋上戦争からここまでよく生き延びてここまで来たな、麦わらのルフィ。だが悪運もここで終わり、お前もお前の仲間たちも全てだ。ディアブルジャンブビアンキュイグレラショット。まだだ。
お前を倒す算段はつけてきた。必殺見取り星ドクロ爆発走。まだだ。
僕が本気を出しても構わない相手だというんだが、
まだ
勝負は勝つか死ぬかだ。シャンブルズ。
やりやがったな。
効かねえな。効かねえな。
ディアブルジャンブポワルはフレールスペクトー。
その程度だ。
俺から行く。必殺見取り星ドクロ爆発走。
雲の砂きどうした来い。
僕が本気を出しても構わない相手だというんだが、
こんなところでつまずくわけにはいかねえんだ。
よしヒート。
くそー。
よしヒート。
やべえ、意識が。
さあ食え。
すまねえ。俺から行く。
冷静さをかけば命を落とすと思え。シャンブルズ。
ビケンブルーバード。
お前を倒す算段はつけてきた。必殺火の鳥星。
俺に任せろ。
冷静さをかけば命を落とすと思え。
ビケンブルーバード。
お前らとは血が違うんだ。
トップグリーンの多彩性見せてやる。腹が減って力が出ね
あれ16発の聖なる教団ゴッドスレッド。
最悪だ。反撃に出るぞ。
おいお前、下ろしちまうぞ。腹ごしらえだ。
すまねえ。行くぞ。
こんなところでつまずくわけにはいかねえんだ。ガンマナイフ。
俺から行く。
俺に任せろ。思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルメモリー。完全に想定外だ。
いいだろう、この美剣ウーバード。
雲のすがき。能力は使いようだ。
おいお前、下ろしちまうぞ。
ディアブルジャンブフランバージュシャット。
なかなかやる。ゴシッと
反撃に出るぞ。
相手が強そうだからって。
いいだろう、この美剣ウーバード。
敵の思うツボだな。
夢叶わず生きながらえるより、世界中の美女たちをエロい目で見て死にたいもんだ。いい調子だ。
ごめんなさい。だけど操られてて体が自由にならないの。
ロミンちゃん、
あの女に気をつけろルビー。シュガーだ。触られたらおもちゃに変えられちまう。
二つ同時か。だが今はやるしかねえようだな。チャンブルズ。
麦わら。
Oh boy, here we go.
あなた長花。
タタババスコッ
ドフラミンゴ。
Yeah! Oh gosh, so that's so good that they adapted that.
今度こそ息の根を止めてやるよ。お前はまさか。
Wait, what?
生きてるはずがねえ。俺はこの手でお前を殺した。
コラさん、バカな。コラさんだと。これはお前が。
ごめんなさい、わざとではないの。こんなこと初めてで私でも抑えられなくて、あなたの思いが私の力に共鳴して自然と。
誰の能力だ、いまいましい。くたばった後も俺の邪魔をしに来やがるとはな。物分かりの悪い弟を持つと苦労するぜ。いいだろう、一度も二度も変わらねえ。また俺が殺してやる。そこにいるコラさんも所詮はまがいもの。 そんなものでこの俺を止められるとでも思ってやがるのか？
いや、お前を止めるのはコラさんじゃない。俺は優しいコラさんがあの日引けなかった引き金を代わって引きに来たんだ。
なるほど、そりゃあ泣ける話だ。だがかつてコラソンが命がけでお前を救ったことも、お前の今までの行動も全てが無駄だったと思い知らせてやる。
サンジ、これいただくわ。
愛し、この愛の証で今の腹ごしらえだ。
さすがサンジね、ありがと
う。俺できる男ですから。こんなところでつまずくわけにはいかねえんだ。
ガンマライフル。
じっとしてろ。
その程度だよ。クソ、血が。思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルナモリーズ。聞かねえな。
16発の聖なる教団ゴッドスレッド。
ちょっと知った。踏ん張りどころだ。
こうかしら。
シャンブルズ、
くらえ。雲のすがき。
Really, all that?
冷静さをかけば命を落とすと思え。
クソ、血が。
これを食べて。
愛し、この愛。クソ、血が。思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルナモリー。
God, just one more of those and we got him.
シャンブルズ、
生きるか死ぬか、命の瀬戸際だ。踏ん張れ。
能力は使いようだ。
クソ、血が。
3時の料理よ。
愛し、この
16発の聖なる教団ゴッドスレッド。
反撃に出るぞ。
思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルナモリー。その程度だ。
さあ行くぞ。俺たちなら大丈夫だ。
シャンブルズ、
くらえ。
コラさん、奴にとどめを刺すぞ。コラさん、
少しは強くなれたかしら。
Only Robin level
終
up.
わりだ、ドフラミンゴ。くそ、こいつも偽物だったのか。待ってくれ、コラさん。あんたに救われて俺は生きてる。病気は治った。あんたがくれたオペオペの力でだ。俺はずっとあんたに礼が言いたかった。ありがとう。
Well, he was a pleasant surprise, that's for sure.
どんな能力なんだ。
ごめんなさい、私余計な。
いや、礼を言う。コラさんと会わせてくれて。
レベッカ、大丈夫？顔色が良くねえぞ。少し休んでろ。
ドフラミンゴの野郎に糸で無理やり操られてたからな。
この先はドフラミンゴの王宮。あいつはこちらの動向を監視してるはずだ。
ああ、待ち構えてやがる。
俺が必ずドフラミンゴをぶっ飛ばすから。お前はここで待ってろ。
わかった。
キャベツ、レベッカを頼む。
いいだろう。ここは僕が引き受けよう。急げ。鳥かごも閉じてきている。君たちの戦いを誰にも邪魔させない。ドフラミンゴの討伐は君たちに任せた。ここは僕の舞台だ。さあ行け。
ああ、わかった。
ここはあいつに任せて、俺たちは上だ。
俺が上で入れ替える。お前たちはここで待て。
俺は自分で行く。
悪いな、ルフィは昔からこうだ。
来たぞミンゴ。王宮の最上階、決戦の場だ。
群れるのは弱者の習性か。一応聞いておこうか。万が一ってこともある。お前たちここに何をしに来た？
お前をぶっ飛ばしにだ。
同じだ。
兄の使命を果たしに。
失望したよ。
This means it's the last
お
one.
前の好きにさせねえ。俺はお前の暴走を止める。
七部会に革命軍、そして最悪の世代。 3首揃えて俺の邪魔をしに来やがって。
お前たちの送り出す武器が世界中の戦争を助長している。俺はそれを止めに来た。
俺を止める？お前たちにそれができるのか？
できる。そのためにここに来た。俺が
こうかしら。
そらよ。
フォース。ゴムゴムのテオバズーカ。
竜双剣、竜の息吹。
こんなところでつまずくわけにはいかねえんだ。ルームシャンブルズ。
悪いな。待ってろ。
思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルメモリー。三刀流奥義一大三千大戦世界。
手強いわね。みんな気をつけて。ミルフルーギガンテスコマーのストンプ。
血が止まらねえ。おっと悪いな。
おいお前、おろしち思い出せ。なんで俺があんな目に。ヘルメモリー。能力は使いようだ。
俺の番だな。マスターポイント。
いや、フォース。ゴムゴムのテオバズーカ。
手強いわね。みんな気をつけて。サンジ、これいただくわ。
こんなところでつまずくわけにはいかねえんだ。シャンブルズ。
これ以上の傷は避けたいな。竜双剣、竜の息吹。
なかなかやる。
いや、フォース。ゴムゴムのテオバズーカ。
Got him.
ルフィ、行け麦わら屋。
おう、待ってろドフラミンゴ。よっしゃ。
私の予報は100発100中。
俺は勇敢なる海の戦士。
よーし。
少し強くなったぞ。
こうしてコツコツ成長していきますよ。骨だけ。
いや、フォース。バウンドマン。ゴムゴムのコンナカ。
俺の頭上に立つとは気分が悪い。
ここに来るまでにいろんなやつを見た。この国じゃ誰も笑ってなかったぞ。トラオもレベッカもお前がいる限り自由になれねえんだ。俺はそれが許せねえ。ゴムゴムの
16発の聖なる教団。ゴッドスレッド。
キングコンセプ
Oh shit, we got a King Kong gun. And Sabo and Law left the party. The efforts of the Straw Hat Pirates, Trafalgar Law, and the Revolution Army Chiefs of Staff Sabo, Dressrosa was finally liberated from Doflamingo's rule. The people were grateful to the warriors who freed them from their long nightmare and gave them all praise.
これでメモリアでの冒険も終わりね。みんなに本当のこと話さなきゃ。
I'm gonna stop once I get back to Wofford.
ありがとうルーシー。
どんなに危険でも仲間のことを優先する。お前は相変わらずだな、ルフィ。ルフィには手役だろうが、よろしく頼むよ。
おう、任せとけ。
やっぱりエースと似たようなこと言ってやがる。
ルフィはあなたと会うのは久しぶりよね。それでも命を懸けて血を流して助けてる。
何の話だ？
あなたはどう？ルフィのために命を懸けるの？
あいつのためじゃねえ。だがつまらない借りを作ったからな。こいつは早く叩き返したいとは思っている。
つまり助けるっていうことね。
これで俺たちの力も全部戻った。ワフルドに帰ってまた海に出るぞ。
ああ、そうだな。
さあ次の島に向かうわよ。
いつでも出航できる。
ワフルドに戻ったらアディオのやつも呼んで宴だ。
I don't know about that.
よでは宴の音楽は私が。
みんな聞いて。私謝らないといけないことがあるわ。あの日私がワフルドでみんなの力を奪ったのはわざとなの。偶然でも何でもない。
どういうことだリム？
おめえ敵だったっていうことか？
敵じゃない。みんなの力を借りるためだったの。ごめんなさい。私はどうしてもアディオの願いを叶えたかったの。
アディオの願い？私たちの力を奪って何をしたかったの？
アディオの代わりに島の巨像を倒してほしかったの。そしてみんなが巨像を倒してくれたことでアディオの目的は半分達成されたわ。でもそのためにみんなには辛い冒険をさせてしまったわ。本当にごめんなさい。
よくわかんねえけど言ってくれてありがとな。力は全部取り戻したんだ。気にすんな。
ありがとうルフィ。みんなワフルドに戻ったらあとは私が頑張れば。みんなとの冒険で何をすべきか分かったの。
どういうことだ？
なんかまだ問題があんのか？言えよ、水くせえな。
さっき言った通り残り半分のこと。私アディオを止める。
Oh, I thought I'd be done here.
アディオの一族は大昔にこのワフルドで暮らしていた一族なの。
ワフルドで？でもワフルドは
まずワフルドのことを話すわ。今から200年ほど前、
空にあった島がどうして正解に落ちたんだ？
大昔の戦争で島は正解に落ちたの。
戦争？空の上で？
ええ。200年前、この島は謎の軍隊に島を守る戦士たちは強く、襲ってきた敵を追い返したわ。戦士たちは敵の正体を知るために追っていった。でも敵の別の軍隊が戦士のいない島に押し入り、シャボンを壊して住民ごと島を正解に落としたの。
ひでえ話だな。
島の外に敵を追っていった戦士たちは帰る場所を失ったわ。
その戦士たちの末裔がアディオなのね。
そう。彼らはずっと正解で落ちた故郷を探していたの。
そしてアディオは見つけたのね。自分の祖先の故郷を。
でも嵐を越えてワフルドにたどり着けたのはアディオ一人だったの。
Oh, am I stuck in this? Ah, great. Guys, I would stop in Wofford, but I'm also really tired and I have to go to work tomorrow morning. So I'm going to call the stream here and I'll pick up where we left off in Dressrosa, and then I'll pick this up when Rich is back with me on Thursday. So thank you guys again so much for watching. If you like the stream, give me a follow here on Twitch and everywhere on socials. I'm MugiwaraJM, all one word, except for where I'm not, which is Mugiwara_JM and MugiwaraJM on Facebook. And if you like the gaming content, check out Super Bonus Round, my Let's Play channel that I do with my friends. We're currently going through Yakuza Like a Dragon, AI the Somnium Files, and Final Fantasy VII Remake. And if Let's Plays aren't your bag, and speaking of One Piece, we are currently doing a podcast called Binging the Devil's Fruit, which is a One Piece manga read-through podcast I'm doing with my Super Bonus Round co-host, Chad Peanut. And we just recently released a special review. We reviewed Defeat Him the Pirate Gonzok, the 1998 OVA special that was only shown at the convention and was recently re-released during the One Piece Film Red Press Tour. And if you want to hear the commentary track while me and Austin watch the specials and movies, check out our Patreon at patreon.com/superbonusrounds. And then for just $3 a month, you'll get access to the commentary tracks, which right now there's only one, but that'll grow in time, as well as some other perks we'll probably bring up as we go along. All right, thank you guys again so much for watching. Have a great rest of your day, depending on when we're watching this. And it's pretty likely that Thursday is going to be the finale of One Piece Odyssey. Join us then. Until then, I've been MugiwaraJM. I'm going to go to bed because I have work tomorrow morning. Catch you on Wednesday for Fire Emblem Engage, which is also probably going to end this week too. I would love to finish both these games off this week, and then we start next week off with Persona 3 Portable and Breath of the Wild Master Mode. See you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.